Try 1, 2, 3. Good morning. We have 4 viewers now, and this live broadcast is about the Habit Tracker app for Android Basics Nano Degree. So I leave a couple of minutes for people to join, to have their coffee ready, and then I can start to answer your question. Please, in the meantime, feel free to put any question on the Slack channel. The Slack channel is Habit Tracker app, and I will try to help you as much as I can for the next 4 hours. Good morning for people that just join. This is the live streaming of the Habit Tracker app hackathon session. I will try to answer all your questions that you post on the Slack channel. So feel free to start asking any questions if you have any doubts, if you have anything that is unclear, and we will try to go through together. So there is one question that it's not strictly related to the project because it's not needed for the Rubik, and is what to use for time tracking. And I would say that the simplest way to do that will be to check the time between actions, but it depends what you're trying to achieve, how the app look like. So I guess I will go for the time between actions unless I know more about the application. So just for who has joined the YouTube live streaming, the Habit Tracker app is a chance to combine all the information and learnings that you got from a section about the database or storing the data in Android. Habit Tracker app doesn't need to have any UI components. So what I found it very useful is that try to make sure you have all the elements that are required for the project Rubik in place. And then if you have time, do something about the UI, but is not required. What the focus should be is what happened behind the scene. So understand how to design and how to implement a database. So it's important that in the app you understand how to create a SQL light table in the app, how you can populate the table with new entries, how you can modify it, and also display the table content to the user. So the part about displaying the content can also be you log a message in the console, and that should be enough for you to pass this project requirement. So maybe throughout the session today, we can go through the steps that are needed to get the habit tracker app up and running, and also go through the thinking behind how to design a database, what is the table that are required, the attributes, and the data type. So we will go one by one through that. I'm looking forward to all your questions. I know it's quite early in London, where I am right now is 9 a.m. So for a Saturday, it's quite an early start. But I'm checking the Slack channel Habit Tracker app. So if you have any questions about the app or something that is unclear also in the requirement, let me know and we can go through together. We can have a discussion about that. So let me find the rubric for the application. So I think if you go into the section about habit tracker, and there is a question on Slack channel about where is the rubric of the app. So if you log into Udacity, I have now the website in front of me, and go into the Android Basics Nano Degree. Now you should be in the section about Android Basics data storage. And you should have already gone through the database basics and using a database in an Android app. And then you have the project Habit Tracker. If you click and view the project, there are 4 sections. The second section is about build your project. After a description on the left side, you can see that there is a link about Habit Tracker project rubric on the right side of the screen. So if you click on that, you should be able to see the rubric for the Habit Tracker. So Maybe it's good while people finish their breakfast and get ready to answer questions or start like putting questions on the Slack channel to describe a little bit about the habit tracker app. So the app has, or the project has the purpose of combine all the learnings you have gathered through the section about Android database, and try to test your skills in creating a database schema and table and data, and choose the correct data type. The application should be able to track habit. For example, today I have done my running, and then in the afternoon I will, I don't know, do some washing up, and so on and so forth. What it's not a requirement in this app is to have UI components, because these will be covered in the next project when you will be more familiar with the cursor loader and other structure that help you take data from the database and then populate it through a list on Android. So there are 4 different skills that you should have when you approach the habit tracker app. 1, create the SQLite table, populate the table with new entry, and then display the content of the table to the user. So the display part can be as simple as putting the data in a text view, or populating the data in a log message. It doesn't have to be very complicated. You just need to show your skill to actually do the operation of getting the data from the database and returning back to the view. So if we go through the project specification, in terms of layout, there is no UI required for this project. So even if there is a requirement to display the data to the user, it will be enough to log what you get from the database in the console, or for example, display the data in a text view if you want to be a little bit more fancy. There is no strong requirement of displaying the data in a list view, for example. So don't get too fancy or too complicated. There will be time in the next project after Habit Tracker to practice your skill on that topic. Of course, the app needs to compile without error. You need to not use any external libraries. And this is because the purpose of the app is to test your skill and knowledge about being able to create, read and update database without the use of third-party libraries, because of course third-party libraries kind of hide all the implementation detail of how to use the database. Of course, as soon as you will, for example, be in a production application, it's very easy and more efficient to use third-party libraries like Realm, for example, where you can create a database with no like boilerplates. In this exercise, or in this project, is very important that you show that you have gained the skill of how to create the database yourself. So no external libraries, everything compiled without error, and then there are 4 important things to be covered. 1, being able to create a SQL table for your application. 2, insert data in the database, update the data, and also reading data. Then there are like the classic requirement about code readability. So code is easy to read so that other developers can understand the purpose of the app, making sure the naming convention is correct. So all variables, methods, resource IDs are clearly describe what the variable method of resource is supposed to do. And that, I think, is linked to the readability part. And then format. So making sure the code is properly formatted. Usually, if you use Android Studio and you just format the code in the easy way that is provided out of the box, it should be more than enough to cover that requirement. So there is a question related to databases. So the question is from Jacob, and he said, I noticed during video arguments are recommended to be added after equal question mark, and then added with args to shield from SQL injection. Am I to understand Android classes already have the code to protect from SQL injection? So it's always a good practice to make sure that there is no, it's not possible to, for like a malicious user to delete data that are not supposed to be deleted, or to get data about the application that are not supposed to be visible to the user. So the idea of having the arguments in after the equal question mark is to make sure that if, for example, you have a text view and you put the information in that text view, and that will then trigger a query to avoid that someone can steal data and do the actual SQL injection. There is a very low level protection that comes out of the box with Android, but is always recommended from the Android point of view to making sure that there is also another level of protection, that is the one of the developer developing the application. So what is provided out of the box will not cover your specific scenario. It will just be a general protection. So it's recommended to use arguments after the equal question mark to answer your question. I hope that makes sense. And again, if you have any follow-up question, just continue to post it on the Slack channel, because I'm following the question as they come along. One note, because it happened at other hackathon, unfortunately, because this is a quite wide session, I cannot look through single line of codes. So it would be good if you have any question or any problem about the app to be able to phrase it in a form of a question, instead of me trying to debug the application. Most of the time, if you have a specific question, is a little bit more efficient for me to answer that specific question rather than go through the whole code base. Because I can do that, but then I will spend most of the time going through the code instead of answering each of the question. So if there is any specific question about the application you are concerned about, something that give you an error or a warning or you're not sure about, I'm happy to discuss about the specific question. I hope that makes sense. I just like to have enough time for every questions. And I know myself, if I start looking at debugging the code, it might take a while. So there is another question. This is actually very interesting from Jacob about constants. So during a contract creation, we create pet entry class with constants. Is it recommended to use a class to keep constants in one place in other cases, for example, JSON parsing, or is it just a SQL thing? So from my experience and from for the application I've been working on so far, it's always very good to have all your constant in one place. Now, the one place, for example, it happened in different applications I've been working on so far, that you have one class that collect all the constant for SQL, and then one class that collect all the constant for, a good example you posted is the JSON parsing, to keep them separate. And this is, the separation is more for readability of the code from a developer point of view, and also making sure that is a separation between something that related to database, to something that is related to parsing, to something that might be related to view or activity. And there is also another reason for that, like for example, for maintainability of the code base. When you want to look for, when you are working on a database, and for example, you are part of a bigger team that is split between the database part of the app, the controller part of the app, and the view part of the app, you want to be able to work independently. And then you don't want to step into each other code, because as you can imagine, at the moment of merging changes, if everything is in one place, what happens is that you will have conflicts, then you need to solve them, and so on and so forth. That is very tedious. So yes, keep the constants all in one place, but also making sure they are separated based on area of that they belongs to. So for example, constant, as I said, constant for database, maybe be all in one class, and then constant that are for what you put an example, JSON parsing, in a separate application, in a separate class, so that just to maintain readability and maintainability of the code. And for the people that join in the past few minutes, so I'm Francesca. I didn't mention my name before. I'm Francesca, and I will be with you for the whole morning. And I will be covering any question you might have about the Habit Tracker app. I will be with you for the next 3 hours and a half, I guess. And there will be some pauses throughout the session for you and for me to get some coffee and some fresh air. And then I will be with you also this afternoon and tomorrow morning. So feel free to join, like ask any question. I'm looking at the Habit Tracker app Slack channel. In case you have any question, post it there, and I'm going like through the question as they pop up in the channel. So Habit Tracker app tests your skill about saving data in the database. However, it's very important to remember that on Android there are other 2 ways where you can save data. So it doesn't have to be database. Database is useful for this project and is all nice and fine, but there are other two ways. One is saving into as a file or into the file system. And this is very useful when it comes for saving a media file. That can be pictures, it can be audio, or it can be video file. And the other way to saving data is through the shared preferences. Shared preferences is used when, as the name suggests, to save in-app user preference. So, for example, if we have an application that does, I don't know, unit conversion, so convert between miles and kilometer, and the user want to save their preference that they always want to convert starting from miles, then it's more likely that it will be saved in the shared preference. Or, for example, other thing that can happen is, let me think. In the shared preference, you can save, for example, if the user want to have a specific, I think the unit of measurement is the easiest one to identify, or maybe if they save something in the favorite. So a light way to do that can be to save it in the shared preference. However, and this is where it comes the tricky part, if saving favorite became a little bit bigger than just saving a couple of things, maybe there is an argument to move that into a database. But it depends what the app is doing, what's the domain, what's the usage, and there are like lots of different things to consider. Anyway, for the habit tracker, what we want to try to achieve is actually being able to save information into the SQLite database. I think later on, either like maybe I can do both this morning, this afternoon, and maybe tomorrow. I will show you also how you can view the database inside your app. I saw earlier on in the past days, people trying to figure it out how they can view the database that they have created with the habit tracker. There is a way you can do that using the emulator. So maybe we will cover that at some point, maybe in the second part of the morning. And for whoever joined in the afternoon, don't worry, I'm happy to repeat that also in the afternoon and also tomorrow for people that cannot join today and they can only join tomorrow morning. So we covered the rubric of the project habit tracker. I'm very interested to see how you guys are doing. How do you find SQLite? If it was also easy to design the database, because I think the majority of the time in the habit tracker app should be spent to actually with pen and paper and try to understand the table, the attributes for the table and the data type you need. I'm very interested to see what you came out with. So one thing to notice, and something that, for example, luckily I figured it out before submitting my project about habit tracker, is that when it comes to the requirement about data insertion, you need to make sure that you add at least 2 values of two different data types, for example, integer and string, into the database. So when I was doing the habit tracker app, I designed my table, my database, the attributes and the data type. And funny enough, I didn't have any string. Back to the Rubik, and he actually was mentioning that one of the requirements is to add at least two values of two different data types. Can be an integer and a string, an integer and data, but it needs to be two different data types. So just a word of warning in case, like me, you have missed that part of the requirement. Okay, sorry, I had to go and do some other things. So let me go back to the question related to, so there is a question not strictly related to database, but related to data. I've been recommended to learn a parsable interface, to use parsable to pass data between classes, or only specific cases like different threads, etc. And then there is an issue with Android Studio. Can you like maybe word a little bit better of what exactly the Android Studio issue is, so I can give you some help. So about parsable and serializable, I think these are the two that most frequently you will see being implemented on Android. Serializable comes from Java, and it was from long time a standard Java interface that is able to convert, let's say, or it help in pass objects, for example, between activities, and you can choose, in theory, of between using on Android serializable or parsable. The problem with serializable is that they are in an environment like the one of the mobile phone. It's quite slow. However, from a developer point of view, it's very easy to implement. Parsable, it's a little bit more difficult or for who hasn't done that before, is a little bit more difficult to implement from a developer point of view, but is faster in terms of parsing of the object than serializable. But of course, like in terms of development time, it depends what you are familiar with. Maybe after a couple of time, you have done like 2-3 parsable, it became very easy. Also, another thing to remember is that serializable, because come from the Java world, when is creating the object, it also creates a lot of temporary in memory, and that causes a lot of garbage collector. So in terms of Android process, if you are interested, what happens is that having lots of things for the garbage collector to collect, there is a lot of memory that will be used for that process. Another thing is that parsable is specifically used when you want to pass array, for example, via an intent in Android. So again, if you talk with people that come from the Java world and moved into Android, they might be familiar with serializable, and then because of familiarity, they start to use that. But for Android is faster, create less memory overhead, so less garbage collector to go and pick up temporary object if you use parsable. So might be worth to just like practice a little bit with parsable, and once you do like 2-3 times, and it's more or less always the same. An object usually, or POJO, plain Java object, should be, in the ideal world, a very easy, they should be very easy, so they shouldn't have very complex structure in it. So once you do the parsable 2-3 times, you should be quite familiar with it. So I hope that makes sense, but let me know if there is any other things unclear. Okay, so if you are having problem with Android, I would say sometimes making sure you have the latest version of Android Studio. So first of all, check that you are all up to date. Check your RAM, because Android Studio, especially if you run with an emulator, might take a lot of RAM. So check that as well. And if nothing of that works, make sure you don't have any other heavy process running. So depending if you are on a Mac or on a Windows, for example, I'm on a Mac, making sure that the, what's the name? Making sure in the list of the application that are running, there is nothing that is heating up your memory. Usually, unfortunately, Chrome can be quite a heavy browser. So making sure, for example, if you have lots of tabs open, it might be worth it to also like close Chrome and reopen. I mean, it depends on the operating system you're on, how many things you're running. So let me know how it goes. Yeah. So there is another question from Gregorio. I have created my contract class. I'm about to set my schema now. Is it better to create it in a new class file or inside the contract class? So maybe before like we go into the detail of the exact question, let me go about defining why we need a contract class. So the contract class we will need because we want to define the schema, and also we would like to have a convention from where to find all the DB constants. is also very important, having a contract class, because it reduces misspelling mistake. So for example, if you misspell some place and another place, if you have everything in one class, it's also easy to spot and easy to fix. And also, if you want to update the database schema, it's also easier to do that if you have everything in the contract class. So back to the question, I open my Android Studio, and maybe, let's see. What really makes more sense? So for example, I've created my project, Habit Tracker contract, and I have all the name of the table and the ID and all the attributes for the table in my Habit Tracker contract. However, if I want to create the database, upgrade, insert, or read, so all the CRUD operation, create, read, update, and delete, I do that in a different class that is more of an SQL helper class. So I'm not so sure if this is what you meant by set my schema. If you need to create the database, I would say that it's better to be in a separate class file and have the contract class only have the actual fields and table name of your database. So hopefully that is what you meant, but I'm quite interested to see if this is exactly what you meant by set my schema, and then we can move it from there. So one thing to tell you is that at about, so how does it work? 10:30, yes, 10:30 my time, that is London. So maybe more of, let's say, 40 minutes from now, I guess. Yes, I think so. 40, 50 minutes from now, I will have a 15 minutes break just to have my coffee and then come back and answer more questions. The session will last for the next, let's say, 3 hours, more or less. And then we will have another session in the afternoon and the session tomorrow morning. So if you missed today, by the way, you can also view the video on YouTube. Like, for example, from Monday onwards, you will be able to see all the video from YouTube. So replay, listen me by talking around. And maybe if you miss this weekend, you can still get the information you will need to complete the Habit Tracker app. So feel also free to jump from in the different channels, depending on which project you are working on. So move from the Habit Tracker app to the book listing or the inventory app or the news app. Feel free to like move around. This channel and this live broadcast is just about the Habit Tracker app. So any question about that, I'm here to answer for the next about 3 hours. Also, if you manage to finish the project, just let us know so we can cheer with you that you submit the project. It's not just about like you ask a question and me give an answer, or it's more about helping each other to get through the habit tracker app together. So we are also very happy to share your accomplishment if you manage to finish your habit tracker app. Share how did it go, if you had any insightful review from Udacity that can help also other people in the future. Okay, so there is a question about a DB helper file, so please send that question, and I want to explain about query method for retrieving one column data. So where shall we start? I think we should start from the query method. So the query method is a method that you can find in SQLite database that is inside your Android SDK. And the query method has, maybe I can share my screen, that will help. Where is it? Screen share. Share. Here we go. So I hope you can see it. I keep this view split until I have a thumbs up that you can see my screen. Can you see my screen? Someone give me the hands up. Okay, cool. So if I go, let me open it up a little bit and let me increase. Okay, so this is the query method. The query method is part of the SQLite database, and this class is coming from your Android SDK. So don't worry about it. What happens is that when you implement your DB helper, that is the class that will do the creation of the database, insert and delete and update, you will need to extend SQLite database. So you will get this query method. So the query method, as you can see, takes lots of parameters in the method. So table will be your table name, as is said in the description. Columns will be an array of the columns that you want to return. If you have null, it means that it will return all the columns. Then you have selection, that is your where clause. So if you want to filter your data based on some criteria, you will need to put that in here. Selection arts is what we were discussing at the beginning of today's session, that is making sure that if, for example, you are filtering the data based on a specific value, you put the value inside the selection args instead of written as a whole string in selection. Then we have group by, if you want to group the filtered result by a specific condition. Having, that is, again, making sure which row groups to include in the cursor, and then order by. And order by is particularly useful if you want to, for example, do some fancy stuff like sorting. Imagine you have a list of items, and or a list, in our case, a list of habit that the user have tracked. And imagine that in your view, you want to sort them by, for example, date. In this case, when you want to retrieve the data from the database, what you can do, you can put a condition in the order by, so that all the results come back to you already ordered by the date that the habit has happened. So what's happened if I go, oh dear, let's see if I can, let me close exit presentation mode. Okay. So now, let's see if I'm still on the screen. Yes, cool. So now, if I'm on my, this is my habit, sorry, a little bit of a noisy street. So this is my habit tracker helper. And for example, when I want to read the habit, let's see if I can zoom this now. View, enter presentation mode. Okay. So now what I did, I implemented my read habits. So the read habits method in my app go into the database and read the habit that the user have been inserting. So what I do, I first of all define which columns I want. In my case, I have these columns. So in the case of the question, for example, I want just the column habit. I want just to display the label or the name of the habit that has been recorded. Or maybe I want to display the name of the habit and the date, whatever. This is the part where I define exactly which column I want to get back from the database. And then I create my cursor that does db, my SQLite database, dot query, the table name that comes from my contract, the projection that I have defined in the line above, and all the rest is null because I'm not filtering the result, I'm not grouping the result, I'm not putting any heading condition, and I'm not putting any sort in my result. And what I do, I return a cursor. So I hope this makes sense. And I also hope this answers the original question. Let me stop screen sharing. Ooh. Okay, cool, I'm back. So I hope this answered the question. And let me know if there is any other information or anything that you might be blocked. Okay, so if you manage to submit this morning, this afternoon, or tomorrow, please share that share that for your into the Slack channel, so that we can cheer with you. We can put a party parrot on your message, and just like being all together in achieving that. Cool, thank you very much, Jacob, to share the documentation. This is actually very helpful because it will, if you have any doubts about what happened behind the scene with Android, what I found really helpful is to actually go and read what are the fields that I need, what they meant. And normally the documentation, or the one that has been just shared, is very comprehensive. Of course, time to get familiar with, to understand what they meant, but it's very comprehensive. One other things I would like to share with you is, where is it? Is this nice documentation. When I was, maybe I will pin this. So when I was doing when I was doing my exercise for the habit tracker app, I wanted something that guide me through the creation and inserting of the data in the database. And even if the videos are very comprehensive, I wanted something a little bit more code-based. So I went into developer.android.com. That is one of the best resources I found so far. And I found these saving data in SQL databases. If you read that page of documentation, it actually guides you step by step through the steps to actually implement, create a database, insert data, and also read data from the database. So if you are looking for snippet of code, for example, that's a perfect resource. So I pin it into the Slack channel for Habit Tracker app. Yeah, and let me know how it goes. I have other like resources here and there. Maybe I will share throughout the day, because I mean most of the stuff is more related to SQLite, and if you want to know more about that, but maybe after the first break we can look at how I can actually see the data in my database. That is a little bit, from my point of view, is a little bit interesting. So we can do a of my screen. I will have my Android Studio, an emulator running, and I will guide you step by step through how can we get information about the database I've created, how can I see the data in it in a more familiar way. So there will be a 15 minutes break in about half an hour. However, please feel free to continue posting questions and any doubts or any problem you might find. And when I'm back, I will go through them like in chronological order. I will be with you for the next 3 hours exactly. So right now it's 10 here in UK. So I will be with you for the next 3 hours, and then there will be a bigger break for lunch, and we will be together for the afternoon. Any doubts also about timing? let me know so I can share the timing into the Slack channel. Cool. So there is a question from Pascal about mentor says patient underscore name is better than a patient name because it's make an issue with Android. So is this, so I think first of all, I don't tend to like making assumption. So I guess you are talking about the, are you talking about the colon name in the database? Because if that's the case, then it might be because doesn't like space when you want to create a table or when you want to create a column. I think is a limitation of SQLite. So what you have to do when you want to use two words is to use what is called a snake case. So whenever you have name or like a word underscore another word, that is called a snake case. And yeah, I think you might have some exception from SQL itself if you try to create a table or a column with a space. I've never tried it myself, maybe because coming from a more like back-end background, I have that in my mind that I always use either snake case or camel case. But it would be interesting to see if you actually have tried with the space and what type of error, so that we can share within the Slack channel. I hope this is what you were asking for, but let me know if there is any other question. So there are two things to, while I'm waiting for other questions to come up, I might just go through a brief overview of the habit tracker app. As I said at the beginning of this session, the habit tracker app help you reinforce all the learning you had throughout the classroom about SQLite database. The purpose of the project is to be able to create an app that track the habit. Now, if you put like this, it might be a very complicated app, and there are lots of apps on the Google Play that do that right now, and they do it in a very fancy way. What the app is trying to test you is making sure you're able to design a database for this specific scenario, create the table, insert record in the database, and also read data from the database. Two things to be aware of. One, this specific project doesn't require any UI component. And this means that when you read the data, you don't need to think a lot about, oh, now I have a cursor, so I need a cursor loader or and nothing of that is required to pass this project. So what I did, for example, when I submitted the application, I just log the result from the database into the Android console, and that was enough for me to pass the project. If you want to be a little bit more fancy, you can also have a text view and then dump the data into a text view, for example, as a string. But again, is required. No fancy list, nothing about that. The other thing to remember is that is required from the Rubik that you add at least 2 data type in your database. So either an integer and a string, or an integer and a date, whatever, but you need to have at least 2 different data type. And this is very important because once you design the database, you might realize that you only have one data type, but lots of columns. So making sure you also have column with a different data type, or you have at least 2 different data type. So for the space question, so there was a question about can we put a space instead of an underscore, and what's the difference between the two? So I know the SQLite doesn't support space when you create a table or when you create a column. I was not 100% sure what type of error you will get because I've never actually tried myself. But I'm going into the SQLite documentation at the moment to just see if there is anything anything written about it that say about how to name a table. Let me see. So data type. So where was I? There is nothing about space. Let's see. There is something about table. Not really. Strange. So I couldn't find any specific documentation on SQLite, but if you guys manage to find it, I'm more than interested to see what the documentation of SQLite will say. Hmm. Unfortunately, I cannot find anything in the SQLite documentation about naming convention, but I'm still looking at it in case I find something. Format, strange. So what we find out is that if you are creating your contract class, making sure the column and the table name don't have any space in the name. So the example that one of the person is putting on Slack is having patient name. So in that case, the column is called patient name, but if you want to create a column with that name, you should have a patient underscore name. So replace all the spaces with an underscore. I believe it's a requirement from SQLite to don't have spaces. I haven't found anything specific in the documentation. If I but I couldn't find or any official guideline. Yeah. So the other thing is that about this question of the wording. Ideal scenario is that you have your column name with the underscore. I do not think you are able to either save or read column with a space. For me, it sounds very strange that you are able to save data on a database with the things. I don't think you can put a space in the column name. And there are other implications about the space in the name, because when you do the select and you have a space in the name, then you need to specify the column with double quotes. So that will not come as a default if you use the query method. So make sure you you have your column name and your table name replace replace all the spaces with the underscore. I'm not so sure which type of error happened because I've never tried myself to run something like this. I can give it a go, but maybe I can do that if there are no more questions in the Slack channel. From my experience, I would say is the fact that the app throw an error, either a read or a create with a column name, is a SQLite problem. So naming convention for SQLite is to have the underscore and not the space. So either you will have a problem when you try to create, or you will have a problem when you will try to read. But in either case, I think SQLite has that as a naming convention. I'm trying to look at the documentation to see if there is actually something official in the SQLite documentation about naming convention, but I was unable to find something, and then I was following the Slack messages. So let me see if I can see something. I couldn't find anything in the documentation about it. Yeah, unfortunately not. Let's see. Yeah. So I couldn't find an official documentation about it, but if you have any. I think this problem, the problem that has been posted by Jacob on the chat, is more because the column name has a space, and in the insert statement, the SQLite will not understand the space. It will take pet as a column and name as a column. So in this case, in theory, you should be using a double quote if you want to make the insert working. So let me rewrite that on the Slack channel. So in theory, for that statement to work, you should be able to have something like this, but that means that you cannot use the automatic insert from SQL, but you need to always make sure that your column name is under double quote, because otherwise it will be seen as a pet, one column, and name, probably another column, or SQL doesn't know what to do with name and the rest of the string. So I believe if you are in SQLite 3 console and try to do this insert, it will work, because you are actually explicitly say to SQLite the pet name is the name of your column, but is not, I will not recommend doing that, because it means that you will need to manually write the insert every time. Oh yes, well, if you put it in the code, then yes, you need the backslash and the double quote. But yeah, you just need to make sure that the pet name is under double quote. Okay, so we know that for column name and table name, you are better off without space, making sure that that you put the underscore, so you don't go into like difficult warning or message or error. Okay. Thank you for sharing the documentation about SQL naming convention. I think it's very useful. I couldn't find someone in the SQLite docs. Actually, what I would like to do, I share this other link. So another thing to remember when you go into the documentation of SQLite is that Android is using SQLite 3, version 3. So making sure you don't get kind of confused by the other different version of SQLite. Okay, so we are going into a 15 minutes break in about 5 minutes, and then when we will be back, what I would like to show you is how you can see the data of your database inside the app. So it will be a screen sharing of my Android Studio and all the tool that you might need to actually see the database you are creating in the Habit Tracker app. So hopefully you all will be back in 15 minutes. And again, if you have any questions during the break, feel free to post it on the Slack channel. The Slack channel I'm looking at the moment is Habit Tracker app with the underscore, like SQL naming convention. So making sure you put all the question or comment. Also, if you want to share, like you have managed to submit your habit tracker into the Slack channel, we are more than happy to cheer with you and with your success. So any other last minute question? And then again, for whoever connected right now, I see viewers come in and go. When in about 3 minutes, I will have a 15 minutes break. When we will be back, I will share my screen and I will show you how you can actually view the database you have created with your Habit Tracker app, or at least I have my Habit Tracker app that I've submitted and I passed. And I will show you how you can use Android Studio, another tool, to look at the database in a format that is a little bit more familiar than just like through the code. So hopefully you will come back. If you are busy and if you cannot make it for the next part of the morning, there will be another session this afternoon from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. CET time, and then a session tomorrow from 11 a.m. CET time to 2 p.m. So hopefully I will try to repeat some of the concepts within the session so that people that couldn't make it in the morning, they can have the same type of information in the afternoon or on the following day. Also, all these live streaming for this morning, this afternoon, and tomorrow will be on YouTube for you to replay. And it will be under the Udacity channel. So we will be sending the link at the end of this hackathon session. So I think that's time for a break. See you in 15 minutes. See ya. Okay, hello. Welcome back. I hope you had your coffee for the break. I'm gonna share the link again on the Slack channel, so whoever is joining now, they can follow the question and the answer through Slack and YouTube. I actually gonna put that as a topic. Of the habit tracker app, at least for this session today and tomorrow. By the way, this afternoon the link will be different, so we will have a different link every session, so that if people want to follow the Saturday morning or the Saturday afternoon or the Sunday morning, they can get different links. What is live streaming about? I'm Francesca, and I'm trying to help you get through the Habit Tracker app, answering any question you might have, and also, like, I mean, it's a collaborative effort. So if I don't know the answer and you have already stumbled across the same problem, please feel free to jump in and post all your information or comment or experience in the Slack channel. Quick recap. Habit Tracker is one of the apps that needs to be completed for the Android Basics Nano degree. So the Habit Tracker tests your skill on creating a SQL-Lite database using Android, and is an app that should allow the user to store and track their habits over time. There is no need of a user interface, so don't get too worried about representing the habits in a list or use a cursor loader. These are all topics that will be covered in the next project. The Habit Tracker app is to, first of all, understand how to design a database in terms of table, attributes, and data type. And then from a coding perspective, you should be able to create the SQLite table, insert data, modify entries, and display the content to the user. So if we go quickly through to the rubric for the Habit Tracker, there is no UI required for the project, so it's enough if you just want to print on the Android console the data that come back from the database, making sure you don't have any compilation error, and also you're not using any third party to handle the database, because it basically defeats the purpose of the project. And mostly making sure that 4 things are included. 1, table definition, so making sure you define the table. Table creation, so you create the table inside the code. 3rd, insert data. And 4th, read data. For the insert data, there is a caveat that you need to have at least 2 different data types. That can be, for example, integer and a string. And this is to make sure you are familiar with handling a different data type. Of course, making sure your code is formatted correctly, is readable, and follow Android naming convention. There was earlier a very interesting conversation about how table name and column name should be formatted. Please make sure they are in a snake case. So snake case is replacing white space with underscore. So just making sure that you follow that convention. Otherwise, we were stumbling across a very weird error and warning message on the Android console. So to avoid all of that, just making sure that you use underscore instead of the white space. Cool. So what I'm going to do in this hour, so I will have the next, let's say, hour, and then we will do another 15 minutes break, and then the last hour for the morning. I'm going through the question you post on the Slack channel, Habit Tracker app, and I will go in chronological order so that I can easily follow what's going on. If there are no lots of questions, my idea was to also do a kind of screen sharing and show how to actually see the database using Android Studio and other tools that Android provides. Other thing to remember is that if you miss this session this morning, there is another session this afternoon from, let me read it, from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Central European Time. Or if you cannot do that, then you can follow the session tomorrow. And tomorrow is from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Central European Time. Cool. So let's see where we left. So there is a question not necessarily related to the Habit Tracker app, but I will try to answer. So let's say, the question say like this. Let's say I want to annoy user with the reminder to do the habit. For example, go do the dishes. Ignoring the notification, which are other thing. How to track time on this. For example, make Android do action at specific time. Okay. So this is a very broad topic, and there are lots of different ways you can do that. Depending again on the context, on what you're trying to achieve, limitation, like there is an evaluation that should happen at some point, but in the most simplistic way, what I will go for without having like the overall picture of things, I will go for schedule thread pool executor. I think it's called like that. Let me type that so I can post to you how that looks like, so you can see some example. The alarm manager on other different situations. So let me share. Okay, that's it. So most likely, the scheduled thread pool executor will do for you, for your case. But just making sure, like, with everything in software, there is no one-size-fits-all type of answer, unfortunately, or luckily. So just making sure that this is the right tool for the job. Another option is to use Alarm Manager, and other things. Yeah, I think that are the two that I will go for. Again, if we go into Android documentation, there is a very nice. Let's see if I can find it. So there is this nice tutorial about even thinking about how to make Android do a repeatable task, and it explains all the different trade-off. So it might be worth a read just for like nighttime reading. So let me put it in here if you are interested. Okay. So okay, I can see a snippet of code. So let me have a read. So you are doing display database info. So I guess this method is the one that should retrieve information about or read the data from the database. So let's see. So you're getting an error on this and also cannot resolve this method, get readable database. So it will be interesting to understand where you are doing this new PetDB helper this, because in theory, okay, two things. One, the PetDB helper should be the class that extend SQLite SQLite Open Helper, and then in your constructor, you should have as an argument a context that in this case, when you are going to use it, it will be this. Now, when you instantiate your PetDB helper, that normally happen on the activity on create, because it's a quite is a type of operation that should happen when you set up your activity. So maybe check at which, or maybe like let us know at which point you are calling PetDB helper, because that will give also a context about where these come from. Cannot resolve this method, get readable database. So cannot resolve the get readable database. So get readable database should be part of your SQLite Open Helper. So maybe what it will be helpful if I share my screen again. Can I do that? No, I will do that, share entire screen. So, okay, I hope you can see me. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna open my Android Studio. So this is, for example, my habit tracker helper, that in your case can be the pet DB helper. Let me enter presentation mode. So what you should have is that your pet DB helper should extend SQLite Open helper. Okay, and then making sure you have these public constructor that has that have an argument that is the context. Okay. Then, for example, for reading habits, what I did inside my habit tracker helper, I create this get readable database. So if you do that in this way, it should work, but I'm really interested to see if you're having any other problem. Or maybe it will be good to understand, where is it? Stop. It will be good to understand if you have seen from the screen sharing I made anything different to what you have. And I think we can take it from there. Okay, so I think we have about 45 minutes before the next break. So what I like to do now, I like to share how you can actually view your database. For example, the habit tracker. Let's think a situation where you have created your app and you are all nice and fine, but you want to be able to see the database. So there is a problem with seeing the database. That basically one option that is the most complicated, and maybe if you're interested, we can look into that as well. One option is to get the database file from the device and then read that using your command line SQLite 3. Another option that is a little bit more easy or easier for me, based on like past experience, me being lazy, basically. You can use your emulator to do that. So I'm going to share my screen. By the way, this is live coding, so if something goes wrong, it's most likely because I haven't tried that before. So just bear with me. Let's see. I'm going to start my emulator. By now, you should already have an emulator set up. This type of way of viewing the database, it's only possible on an emulator or on a rooted device. So for whoever for who has never heard of the word rooted device, a rooted device is a device where you are the admin, let's say, of the device, or where you are root. What that means is that you have complete access to the file system of the device. Pro and cons of doing that. So there are lots of guides on online to how make a device a rooted device. A word of warning is that once your device is rooted, is completely out of any warranty. So try not do that with your personal phone, because like you are out of your warranty, and then if something happened to your device, that's it. So if you have like an old device or a device that you're not using anymore, or you plan to buy a device just for development purpose, you can make that a rooted device, or, and I think is the easiest solution, you can use an emulator. So how are we going to do that? I'm going to share my screen, and again, it will be good if you can give me the thumbs up if you can see the screen properly. So share. Okay. So right, can you see my cluttered desktop? I'm waiting for some feedback so that I know that I can switch to Android Studio. because otherwise, like once Android Studio is up, I will not be able to read your messages because I will have Slack on background. Okay, so if everything is fine, so this is my emulator, this is my habit tracker. As you can see, I don't have anything displayed, but I still do all the requirement for the Rubik or for the project. Okay, so this is my Android Studio. So Android Studio has a set of tools that you can use to get lots of insight about the application, how is it performing, what's going on while the app is running. So all these information you can find under tools. And in here you have Android. You can have also Firebase, like in my case, you can have app links, assistance, and all other tools that you can little by little discover if you became even more familiar with Android. But let's say that for this particular situation, use tools on the top bar, and then Android, and then Android device monitor. Android device monitor is a very comprehensive set of tools that allow you to really profile and monitor and understand the app and what's going on behind the scene. So let's open this one. Of course, when you have the app running and at the same time you want to open Android device monitor, it will tell you to disable ADB integration, but don't worry about it. Let's open it. I still have my emulator up and running. Takes some time. I hope my Android Studio is not gonna crash. Let's see. Yeah, is everything up here? It's just Android device monitor being slow. But anyway, here we go. So in theory, let me see how to display this one. Well, the emulator, I can put it in the background because the only thing that is important for you to know is that the emulator is up and running and it has the app in the foreground. So I can expand this window and maybe it will be easier to see. Okay, cool. So as you can see, you have two different area, actually three different area in the screen of Android device monitor. So on the left, you have the device that is currently connected with Android device monitor. And below that, you have a list of all the processes that are going on right now on the device. Then on the right side, here, where I have my pointer, I have a series of tabs that will give you different insights into the different application and in general into the phone. And then at the bottom here, I have my console that is basically very similar to what you will see if you would do ADB logcat or if you have Android Studio open and you are looking at the application console. So nothing new there. Cool. So what I want to do now is looking at the left side. You can see there are all these applications that are running. But the one I'm interested in is this one, com.udacity.fcuda.habit-tracker. This is my application. Right. So I select this one, and then I go in this File Explorer. So File Explorer is basically, if you think about old school Windows, this is the file system of your application. Inside this list, I'm not so sure how visible this is. Hopefully you can see properly. I'm not so sure I can zoom it. Can I zoom? No, I don't think so. Hopefully it's easy, but I will describe anyway. So now after I select my application on the left side, I can see on the right side, under the tab File Explorer, a list of folders and files. The one I'm really interested in is data. Data contain all the database that the app has generated. So I can open this folder. Let's see, maybe it doesn't open now. Oh. Hmm. Okay. Something must have gone horribly wrong on my machine. Yeah, it doesn't have lots of stuff. Okay, let me restart the Android monitor. Stop for a moment. Okay. That's the beauty of live coding and live streaming. So let's see if I can do that. I'm just reopening Android device monitor because I just want to make sure that is all right, and maybe something happened while. So the emulator is up and running correctly. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. I might need to do something a little bit more clever. Okay, let me restart also the emulator because it's something that is not quite right. Yeah, so I should be able to see the device, but it looks like it's not, it doesn't like it. So let's see. I'm gonna start the application again. Okay. I'm gonna start the emulator again. So what should happen is that, I don't know if you remember when I showed that on the right side under File Explorer, you have a folder called Data. Under that data, you should be able to find your database, and this is what we wanted to see. So now let me check that everything is up and running correctly. So it looks like I've saved already all the data, that's fine. So before I go on screen sharing again, I just want to make sure that everything looks okay. So that can be one of the annoying things about Android device monitor and emulator, but in the case of the database, I think that's the easiest way to do that once it's working. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's see. It doesn't really like it. Let's see. I might do the old school way. Do is just because I cannot see the I cannot see my my database where it said it should be easy to see. Maybe I'm not gonna deploy the app this time. I just open device monitor. Oh, that's good. It should have been very straightforward, but here we go. Okay, someone managed to find the to find that. That's great. Unfortunately, I'm still not able to see that. Let's see if I can do something a little bit more clever. But in theory, what you should be able to do, you should be able to see under your app name and database, the file with your database, and then if you double click on that, you should also be able to see the proper table. And what's interesting about that is that you should be able also to modify data, add new rows in a very easy way, because it looks really like, let's say, a Google sheet. application. So let's see if I'm lucky. No, I'm not lucky this time. Oh, here we go. If in the meantime that I'm fiddling around um, with Android Studio and the rest, let me know if you have any other questions. I'm here also to answer any of the question you might have. Well, that didn't go as well as planned, but here we go. This is what happens sometimes. I'm going to use any other to see it. If you have any question, feel free to post it on the Slack channel. In the meantime, I'm trying to reset my Android Studio. And also share if you manage to upload the project, and if you have received, if you pass it, just keep us posted, let's say. Mm-hmm. Let's see. No, it doesn't seem to like my configuration for some odd reason. Let's see if there is anything else I can try. Very, very interesting. So if you try to do the same by attaching your device, you will not be able to do that, because as I said, the device is not rooted, so that it will not allow to see the database in it, because for security reasons. So hopefully that makes sense. and why everything is stuck. So we will go on a break in about 15 minutes for 15 minutes, and then there is the last hour of live streaming for the morning. We will be back, I will be back on the afternoon from 4 p.m. Central European Time until 8, and tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. So if you didn't manage to come here today, or maybe you missed the morning session, you can come in the afternoon. And if you have any questions. The other thing to remember is that this live streaming and this afternoon and tomorrow live streaming will all be saved on YouTube under Udacity channel, and you can replay this session or the afternoon session. So feel free to jump in and out as it makes more sense for your schedule of the day. Cool. Just checking any question or anything else. Feel free to post it in the Habit Tracker app. Okay. Do you have a link for understand and version? Let's see. But I can find something. There is a question also about the difference between a compiled version and target version. That is what people mostly get mistaken with. So it might be useful to have a look there as well. And then, of course, I think there are other links that have been posted there. They are also like general idea about the API versions. Sense in which context. There is actually, I think about that. There is an interesting information on developer.android.com where they actually go through the process of how you should select a platform version and an API level. And again, it's not like one size fits all. It depends on what are your user base, who are you trying to target, and maybe that it's something that will help. I'm still juggling with my, so just so you know, I'm still juggling with my Android that decided to not play nicely with me. So I want to compile version run with API. I'm not so sure there is a kind of table about that. But I'm looking at the support library right now and try to see if there is something like that. Yeah. Not so sure. There is something like, I was trying to look if there was any control or reference about maybe that the compiled version support the API version, but I couldn't find anything about that. Oh, finally. Oh dear. It took ages. So, unfortunately, we almost have to go on a break. So, that doesn't, maybe I can cover that next time. So basically what I need to do to make everything works was actually to restart all the three things that were running. There was Android Studio, the emulator, and Android device monitor. I had to delete and recreate my emulator, so something was going horribly wrong. So hopefully after the break, we can look again at how we can look at the SQL and anything we can do in the area of Android device monitor. So maybe it will be easier to see like database and maybe add and modify data directly from the console or from the Android device monitor. Okay. I'm just catching up with the messages, if there were any. Mm-hmm. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about the question of API and compile version. Like when you say API, what exactly do you mean? Do you have like a snippet of code that you can share, and maybe it will help understand, because it might be very broad. Like for me, API means something possibly completely different. With the tabs API 22, but my compiled version doesn't work. So I found an interesting post on Medium that maybe is about the question you are looking for. So there is a section in that post on Medium about compile SDK version, where they emphasize the fact that we should always compile with the latest SDK. And in case we use a support library, for example, making sure that we compile with the latest SDK using the latest support library. For example, if you are support library 23.1.1, you must have the compile version at least 23. But again, I'm not entirely sure this is what you were looking for, but maybe that post on Medium, especially the part about the paragraph about compile SDK version, might have the information you are looking for. And yeah, by the way, it doesn't matter if you don't have a specific question about the habit tracker app. You can ask any other question. I will try to help as much as I can. Possibly, I will do some Googling around. Cool. So we reach the second part of this morning session. So there will be another 15 minutes break. So I will be back in 15 minutes, and then we will go through the last hour of the morning session. So get your questions ready. And if there are no questions, because I managed finally to have my Android device monitor running, then I can show you how to look at your database from the Android device monitor without playing too much with the app. Okay, see you in 15 minutes. Hello, welcome back. This is the last hour of the morning session. And just to recap, this live streaming is about help for the habit tracker app for the Android Basics Nano Degree. The link for this morning session is into the topic of the Slack channel Habit Tracker app. For the afternoon, so there will be an afternoon session starting at 4 p.m. CET time and finishing at 8. And the session will have a different link update on the topic of the Slack channel. And if you cannot make it this afternoon, don't worry. Tomorrow morning there will be another session at 11 a.m. until 2 p.m. to cover any remaining questions before the end of the weekend. So please feel free to share any questions, any comment, anything that is unclear on the Slack channel Habit Tracker app. And I will try to answer as much as I can, but people in the chat room, so if you need any help, I'm sure other people are free to jump in and help as well. Cool. So that's about it. If there is any new viewer in this last hour, welcome. My name is Francesca. So if you have any question, feel free to put it on the Habit Tracker app Slack channel. So what can we do now? I think at the hour before, I was trying to play with my Android device monitor and emulator. Something went completely wrong, so I couldn't show what I wanted to show. So let's repeat now again the demo or the screen sharing. So what I would like to show you guys is a way to look at the database and also play with the table you have created for the Habit Tracker app by looking at the database inside your device. So once you completed or you are in the process of building your Habit Tracker app, you will be in a situation at some point where you have a database, you start insert data, or you start reading data, and you might want to do that outside of your app. So to do that, you can either from command line copy the database into your desktop and then do some SQL statement from command line. That's an option. It requires, of course, lots of understanding and knowledge of copying file from command line, do SQL statement from a command line, or in general is a little bit more fiddly. Another option is to use Android device monitor. And specifically, if you use a rooted device, you are able to see the file system of that device. Something to mention for whoever is not familiar with the concept of rooted device. A rooted device is a device where you became, let's say, an admin of that device. So you can access the entire file system. Of course, a word of warning, try not to do that with your personal phone, because if you root a device, that device will be not under warranty. So if something happened, then you cannot send it back to the manufacturer and so on and so forth. So, okay. So let me share my screen. Let's share. Here we go. So this is my Android Studio. I hope you can see it. Let me check. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I think you can see it. So this is my Android Studio. I've built my habit tracker app, and I've also deployed that on emulator. So emulator are by default rooted device. So that's handy when you want to do things where you will need that level of permission on the device. So I use my emulator, and I also open the Android device monitor. So how can you do that? Inside Android Studio, there is a top bar menu called Tools. On that, you can go in Android, and then Android, you have Android device monitor. You can click on Android device monitor, and then this interface should appear. So now, for whoever was not in the hour before, when I give a little bit of overview, let me spend a couple of minutes on this view and what Android Device Monitor can do for you. So Android Device Monitor has a lot of tools and information to profile and get insight into the way the phone is performing, and specifically your app is performing. There are three main sections in the window of Android Device Monitor. On the left side, you have the device that is attached to Android Device Monitor, and underneath, you have all the process that are running, including your app. In my case, this is my habit tracker. On the left side, on the right side, you have a series of tabs that with the time and experience you will explore. They can give you different information about about your phone status, memory status, and so on and so forth. And then at the bottom of the screen, you see the console. And this is the same type of output, or display the same type of output that you will get if you were on the command line, you were doing ADB logcat. Another way to see this screen is if you are on Android Studio and you have Android Monitor. This is the same type of messages you will get inside the bottom area of Android Device Monitor. So now our objective is to be able to see the database that the app has created and populated. So what I'm going to do, on the left side, I'm going to select the app, and on the right side, I'm going to select the File Explorer tab. The File Explorer, for whoever is familiar with computers, is basically the file system of your phone. So what is interesting in this list is that you will have a list of folders and files, and each one of them has a specific meaning and utility. But for now, let's focus on data, the data folder. So if I open this folder, I don't know how much you can see, so I'm gonna go very slowly, unless this is a way. No, this is adding, yeah. I don't think there is a way for me to zoom, unfortunately, but yeah, let's see how it goes. So there is this folder data, and inside this folder data, there is another folder called, again, data. And in here, you can see all the databases divided by application name. So for example, the calendar will have its own folder that has a folder name as the app name. The camera will have its own database under the app name folder. And if I scroll and go to my app name folder, let's see, that is this one, I can see I have cache, databases, and then lib. So what I'm interested in right now is the folder databases. Open this one, and I see two files, one that is .db and one that is .db-journal. So where this name come from? If I jump quickly on Android Studio, I can open my habit. What is it? I can open my habit tracker helper. Let's see if I can view, enter presentation mode. So this is my habit tracker helper. That is the class that extend SQLite Open Helper. So in this class, I've set up my database name as habittracker.db. So now, if I go back to the Android device monitor, what I see is exactly that I have a database that is called habittracker.db. Now, you might ask, what is the journal? So once upon a time, when people had to build, let's say, backend application powered by a database, what was also important is not only the data that are collected into the database, but also all the operation that has been happening. So a list of all the operations that have been going on are inside the database, are stored inside your db-journal. For example, you create a new habit, the record is stored into habittracker.db, but the actual operation of creating the new row in the database is stored inside the db-journal. Anyway, for now, we are not interested about db-journal. What we are interested in is habittracker.db. So now I have this file. If I do double click, actually it doesn't do anything because this is just a file explorer. So the only thing I'm able to do is to actually pull the file from the device into my computer. So I do that, and maybe I will save it into the desktop, right? So what I did, just to recap, I select habittracker.db, and then on the top right corner, there is an icon of a device with an arrow that goes on the left. So this is, if you read the hint of the button, is pulling a file from the device. So I do that, and I get a pop-up window where I can decide in which location to put my file, habittracker.db. Now, what you can do, you can either be the person that likes making amendments and changes from command line. And this is an option if you want to view your database. But there is also another option that is a little bit more user-friendly, and is to use a nice application that is called, wonder if you can see it, DB Browser for SQLite. So I'm going to post the link of where you can download these application in the Slack channel. But for the moment, let's just assume you have that downloaded. So I can double click. Is my DB browser for SQLite main window. So now what I can do, I can open a database. On the top bar, I can just click Open Database, and I can go in my desktop. So see, I have all the information that I need to view my database. This tool will give SQL statement to actually recreate the database in case you want. But let's open up the fields with the data type and also the original table segment, table 2. See the ID, I can see that come from on Android Studio. They come from my habit tracker contract. So if I go see, same as I have here, habit tracker. And the fields are, this is the one I decided to put. Now I can browse data. So at the bar structure, we have and also browse data. So once I click on browse data, I can select which table, for example, all records that are inside the database. I can create a new record, and what I can do if I want to say select star from habit tracker for look more easy way or more let's say using SQL statement is that if I make a changes here, for example, I save my file and re-upload it using my and you were testing very specific scenario or edge cases, you were able to the set of data. So I hope this was helpful. What I'm going to do and what I can do, I can also post on the Slack channel the tool I've used to display the data inside the database. So, okay. Was breaking. Sorry about that. So maybe I can share this step this afternoon in case there are any other question. If there are not, I can share again, get guys and all the other things right now. Okay, so the audio was not very good. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna if you don't mind, cluttered screen, maybe I can get the on my right side so that you can see that again. Can you hear me all right? Is the audio still a problem? Just let me know if the audio is not good enough. I try to. Okay, so using Android Studio. Let's see if you can hear me all right now. If this is better. If you can hear me all right. So okay, one my internet sec. Okay. So let's again. Hopefully this is better. I don't know. I've closed lots of different things. So right now I have Chrome and open. So let's see if this is going all right. Leave on Android Studio, taking resources. Let's see if anything else I can get. Okay, so hopefully now it should be a little bit better than before. Channel on on my left side, just in case I can see things happening, and if the sound break again, probably. So let's see. Green. Share. Here we go. I don't know where we left, so I might jump to check Slack just in case. So this is what we did. We went into data, and then data again. And in here, you will have all your application that created a SQLite report. So where we want to go is on like my app, and my app has a cache folder, a database folder, and then lib. For now, we are just interested. Check. Let's see if we can try something else. Easier. Okay. I can close. I can close my, and hopefully now I have closed everything. So let's see. So can you guys give me the thumbs up if the audio is not okay? I do a little bit of talk. You can check the. Okay. Unfortunately, anything else that I can do here. Let's see if there is anything else I can close. Right. So is the sound better now? Okay. And see how it goes. I basically take a screenshot because I wanted to avoid having the cutting again. Okay. Steps. Let's see if there is anything in the coma. what about now? Is it better? So to be a little bit better, I don't have anything else running. I just close all the resources except from like Chrome and Slack. A quick thumbs up to see if you can see and hear correctly, and then I might just show you the screenshot of the device monitor. So let's give it a try and see how it goes. So, okay, that's the screen. So that's basically the screenshot of my Android device monitor. So what we said so far, okay, cool, nothing breaks. So I skip quickly over a couple of things, and maybe I will do a full repeat this afternoon. So once you are able to see from the File Explorer the databases folder, you have two files. One is habittracker.db, and this is the database name you actually put in the code. And then we have a database, a db-journal, that is an interesting file. So the DB journal basically record all the operation that has happened on the database. For example, just check that everything is okay, because now I'm like super paranoid. So DB and DB journal. For example, if you have your app that is insert a new habit in the database, the record that you have insert goes into habit-tracker.db. The action of insert a row in the database go inside db-journal. Okay. So what you can do now, if you try to double click on this file, habit-tracker.db, it will do nothing. So the only thing you can do is, the only thing you can do is click on habit-tracker.db, so your database, and then select, actually, let me do that, this like this. Here we go. What you can do in here, you have, here we go. What do you have in here is these two icons. So one has an arrow that goes left and one has an arrow that goes right. The arrows that go left is the one that help you pull the file from the device into the computer. And the arrow that that goes on the right is the one that push a file into the device. So if you want to extract this database, what you do, you select the file, habit-tracker.db, and then you can click on the icon with the arrow that goes left. At this point, and unfortunately I cannot show you because otherwise it would go, my laptop will go crazy, it will show you a pop-up where it will ask you in which location of your computer you would like to save the file. Let's say we decided to save into the desktop. So once you do that, once you save, you should have, I'm opening my desktop, and you should have habit-tracker.db as the file. At this moment, you can either decide to, for example, use the command line to an SQLite 3 from command line to open and do the query, but I'm kind of a lazy person, so I prefer to have a GUI that helps me navigate and get a quick understanding of the DB. So to do that, there is a nice tool that is called, that I found quite useful. It's called DB Browser for SQLite. So if you open now, let my laptop still handle that because it's a very lightweight. What you can do with DB Browser for, you put in a database and select from the desktop, in this case, the DB file that's open. So I'm gonna take a couple of screenshots, otherwise it's getting a little bit annoying as well. Okay, I've closed again. Let's see how the audio is doing right now. Give it a few minutes. Is the audio okay now? Okay, cool. I took screenshots. So now we should be all good. I hope you trust me that I'm not cheating here with screenshot, but here we go. At least we can see stuff. Okay, cool. So this is a screenshot of the DB browser for SQLite. And what you have is you have icon that say Open Database. You can click on that and you can select the DB file you had downloaded from Android Device Monitor. Once you select that and you open, you will see in database structure your database. What is interesting about that is that you not only have a very intuitive way to see the database and the columns, but you also have the SQL statement to recreate the table. So as you can see here, under the schema column, you have create table, blah, blah, blah. So these, if you copy and paste this SQL statement into SQLite 3, for example, it will run perfectly fine. And it will also allow you to recreate your database, for example, if you want to play around. If you expand the table, you then see all the columns of your table with the related data type, and also which part of the original create table SQL statement they were belonging to. What is interesting about this is not just understanding the database structure, but also being able to browse data. So what you can do, and now forgive me, but I need to open another screenshot, is you can click on browse data, making sure you select the correct table here, and then you immediately are able to see all the data that are in the database. At this point, what you can do, you can create a new record, and you can also delete record. So for example, if you want to have if you want to test the app for particular edge cases or different scenarios, and you want to have a DB with a specific set of data, you can create or start from an empty database created by your app, add records that satisfy all your scenarios, and then re-upload the DB into the app using Android Device Monitor. If you want to practice your SQL skill instead, there is also this execute SQL that you can use. If you click on that, you then have a console or like a panel when you can actually write proper SQL statements. So select star from type of statement, but you end up with exactly the same format that you will see, that you can see right now in browse data, for example. So I hope that was helpful. The tool I've used, so I stop here. The tool I've used, I think I put it into the Slack channel, but I'm copied again. It's one of the easiest one I found so far. It's called SQLite Browser. Apparently, they also have an open, so in case you are a big fan of open source, you can also contribute. And I found that to be the easiest and most intuitive tool to actually play around with database without all the faff or like line and do that from the command line. It makes database a little bit more intuitive. And as I said, especially if you have, like regardless of the habit tracker app, if you are in a scenario in your work where you heavily rely on a database and you want to test particular scenarios or particular data that the database can have, I think a tool like this is a massive help to debug and find like different like data type and how the app respond to different setup of the data in the database, especially if the database have that there are string. For example, if you have an application where, for example, you are recording notes, you are giving the user the ability to save string. And a user, without any type of validation, can put in a string whatever special character they want. So one option to test all this scenario is to actually create your DB file, having the records that cover all the possible like strange character or different character that the user can put, and then test, for example, in the app that when you want to display the notes that are in the database, everything display fine without the hassle of actually saving all the record from the app. That might be a little bit tedious. Okay, so I hope that was helpful. I'm really sorry that there were so many interruptions, but I guess at the end we managed with screenshot. And it's good because now I have the screenshot for the afternoon class as well. That is good. Cool. It's almost the end of this morning session. I'm still around for the next 10 minutes. So if you have any questions, I'm here. And also if you have any comment, if you managed to submit the app this morning, or anything else you would like to share with the habit tracker app or something that you have found very useful, just feel free to put it into the Slack channel. The lunch break will be in about 10 minutes, and it will be for around 2 hours. So we will be back in 2 hours. And the session will be other 4 hours this afternoon. Again, if you have any question during the lunch break, feel free to start posting on the Slack channel. I will go through them as I start again this afternoon session. To remember is that for this afternoon, there will be a completely new streaming link so that I can stop and reboot my my computer, and also, so I will be posting this link on the Slack channel as soon as the live streaming will start, or maybe 10 minutes before. And in case you miss today and tomorrow, you can still, or you cannot like make for the whole afternoon or for the morning tomorrow, you can still see the video or watch the video later on in the week. So the video will be public on the Udacity YouTube channel, so that if you miss this one and you want to like hear what happened with the line breaking, just you can do that during the week. Okay, so I will be hanging around for the next 10 minutes, and then we will go a lunch break. So all these live streaming video will be after tomorrow, will be posted under Udacity YouTube channel. So you will be able to replay the session. We are gonna send the link of where you can watch the video at some point, either tomorrow afternoon, most likely at the beginning of next week, so that we have the time to collate all the video, also for all the other projects, so that if you, for example, today you're working on the habit tracker app, but tomorrow you want to work on a different app and you miss today's session, you can still be able to replay this morning session for a different app from the YouTube channel. We will be sharing the link, so don't worry about it. The link will be on these Android Basics Nano Degree Slack channel and all across the other app channels. So if you need to if you need any help with other application, don't worry, like you haven't missed the morning session. You can still replay once all the videos will be available. Okay, so we have the last 5 minutes left for the live streaming for this morning session. Don't worry, we will be back. I will be back with you this afternoon after 2-hour lunch break. So just making sure that you are connected. I will be sharing with you this afternoon YouTube link, and also making sure that you don't use the same link of the morning, because that is only for the morning session. So the afternoon will have a different link. I will update also the topic of the Slack channel, that is Habit Tracker app. There is also, if you cannot make it this afternoon, don't worry, there is another session tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. CET time, and all the videos and all the live streaming for this weekend will be available for you under Udacity YouTube channel. Sharing that with you also on all the different app Slack channels, so you're not missing anything. While in lunch break for the next 2 hours, making sure that if you have any question or if you're stuck at some point on the habit tracker, or even if you have any curiosity around SQLite and how to use it, feel free to post it on the Slack channel. I will come back to them after the lunch break, so we can discuss all together. Also, it doesn't matter if you don't have any question. If you manage during this weekend to complete Habit Tracker and submit, just share that with the rest of the community of Habit Tracker app. Then we can add some fancy emoticons to the message. We can praise and cheer with you. So not only questions and comment, also if you manage to submit your project this weekend, that will also be nice to hear from you. Okay, so if there are not any other questions, then I will close it here, this morning session. Thank you very much for keep me company this morning. It was very nice, even if we had some hiccups with the audio and the video. All the other questions, please keep posting on the Slack channel, and then I will be back in about 2 hours, and we have the whole afternoon together. Thank you very much, and see you soon.